All right, mic check, mic check. Are we on? Are we stream? Are we live? Yeah, no, I know you can hear me. I just want to double check my levels. I bet we are live. I bet. All right, that's what's up. Well, good morning, Joe. Good morning, world. Rich gonna be in here in a little bit. KTA, you know KTA trades with me every day, right? Joe. No, I'm teaching him. Well, I'm not teaching him, but yeah, I'm showing him a lot. No, but he comes into the thing in trades, like we like trade together and everything. Yeah, 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 yeah. Like every day. Yeah. He trades different things than me. We do share a lot of information and everything. I help him out with trades. He helps me out with trades. Um, but no, no, he didn't teach me. No. Oh no, 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 not at all. No, no. Um, yo, here you go right here. What's up, bro? We're in chat on Discord. Uh, do you have him? Oh, you know what? Come over to my I got you, Joe. Come to my trading Discord. I have a trading Discord. Come over here. Yo, KT, come to the trading Discord. I'm trying to invite what's his name right now? Mo. Invite friends. All right, there you go. I'll even invite Willow. Willow's cool. Oh, he's working. All right, there you go. I have the Discord up. Well, it's December 3rd, 2025. Welcome to Chuck for Options. I'm speaking to some friends right now. We are in Discord. We are getting ready for today's price action movement. Yesterday was crazy, and this is why you can chart, you can put up all your lines, you can put all this shit up, but none of that does anything if you are not watching the charts. So people can say all this shit. If you not paying attention, if you not focused, that is your ass. That is your ass. So hopefully, you understand. And this is why, you go to ask a question. Someone was asking me yesterday, yo, like, are you in this? Are you in that? Well, things change. And when we messing with these zero dates, even if they're 3 days out, it changes really fast. It changes really fast. Who's this? Is this Joe or KT? Yo, yo, what's good, man? So it, huh? Yeah, right. I'm gonna turn you down just a little bit. So yeah, like yesterday was crazy, right? Who's seen that coming? Remember that big downturn? No. We're all looking up at that point in time. Now if you got protection put, so things like that teaches you about protection. And I was thinking, what can I do to protect myself from stuff like that. You know, so I think today and everything, I want to be a little bit more cautious on what is going on. I mean, no, I know, but what about that big drop? Like we were in the channels, we were following the channels, but they were the small channels. But then when that big boy hit, what time was this? 11:15. Remember that big drop at 11:15 yesterday? Yesterday, yeah. I'm looking at two. This was 10 leading 10:30 and 11 something. Like that shit was crazy. Here we go. All this right here. This is that was that was just wicked. Absolutely wicked. All right, I have most of the levels and everything up for today. Yeah, I'm gonna follow some video today too. Well, not yeah. I'm definitely gonna watch some video. Why is this thing so? Here we go. Oh, did you see that drop? That we had a few moments ago. Do you know why that happened? Microsoft. No, the ISM was bad. The only reason why the ISM is good, the outcome of it is good, is because the ISM number is bad, leading us towards a rate cut. Because we got bad numbers, yeah, yeah. That's why bad news equals good. QT, yes, yes. And we were topsy turvy with the AI trade. Well, this morning, about 5 minutes ago, Microsoft, they reevaluated their estimated revenue. They lowered it. That's why we dropped this $3. We dropped $3.50 because of that news. Yeah, that's crazy. And because of that, now other AI plays, other things underneath that whole AI ecosystem, that umbrella, other people are weary and scary now. You hear about other sell-offs right now happening because of that. That's why the S&P dropped $3.50. You know, we were supposed to gap up, looking for a gap fill reversal. Now we're gapping down. Now we're down. Yesterday's high 683. You see, six. We're in the range, yes. But remember, yesterday we hit a low of 79. We hit a low of 679. We're at 679 right now. Yesterday we opened at 681. We're right back at yesterday's area, yesterday's range because of that news that we got today. We were up. We were up at like 683. We hit I didn't put the numbers up. The numbers is 683. We hit a high of 683.75 this morning. And then we just dropped a whole $2 and some $3 and some change. Wow, that's incredible. We have we also have Trump at 2:30 and we have big news at 10. Big news at 10. All right, this is going to be crazy. Today's going to be insane. Today's going to be insane. All right. So here's the what time is it? All right, it's 24. All right, 683, 78, and 78. Oh, Gunther's your dog? I didn't know Gunther was your dog. I thought Gunther was the name of your kid. My bad. Okay, okay. J2, Joe 2. I'm gonna think of a good nickname. Yeah. I'm the third in my generation. I'm the third. Mm. Oh yeah, you the third too? That's what's up. You the first. You're the Neo. You're the Neo. The one. Yo, you ever see an old school movie with Jet Li called The One? Yeah, yeah. Now, if you want like a good old school, not really old school, but well, I guess for me, kind of old school, but like a good karate movie that's just fighting, very little words. Of course, Kiss of the Dragon. That's classic Jet Li. I'm sorry, Bruce Lee. Mm, Jet Li. I'm sorry. Yeah, Jet Li killed that shit. Kiss of the Dragon. What? That the move, the ultimate move at the end. That has to be a fucking fake move. But it was so fucking awesome. The way he killed the guy with the fucking pin. He put the pin in his neck. Get the fuck out of here, you motherfucker. Because that was the kiss. That was the kiss. Yeah, that shit was hot. That shit was hot. But when he fought the twins, no, no, because there's no action people like that. You know what? We had the one young boy, Ja, the one Thailand boy. Mm-hmm. You know what? I was just about to tell you that. Well, mention what happened. He recently received an award, a martial arts award from the Asian fighting community that they only given that award away in the last like 150 or 200 years to only Asian people, like Asian. Like and this black boy, he just got an award like from them. Like that's just fucking sick. He's real. Michael Ja is real. He's crazy real. They're he Oh wow, I didn't know that. Hmm. Did you watch those early Kimbo Slice movies? Yo, Kimbo Slice when he was a fight in the backyard and shit, like that shit was kind of nuts. That shit was kind of crazy. You know what? But he did get to the joint and got his ass beat. Like he wasn't a big UFC fighter. Yeah, 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 yeah. All right, all right. It's 9:29. All right, let's clear this up for just market stuff for a second. We really have to get kind of focused on what's going on. That was, but that was a fun combo on what was going on. All right, 17.19. All right, so we have the VIX. The VIX went up a little bit from yesterday into today. You want to see these levels? Yep, Nvidia went down a lot. Yeah, everything's going to take this big hit this morning because of the Microsoft news. Even Microsoft is down 2% because of that. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's insane. Insane. 177. Damn, you see, I had my whole game plan and everything that I was like looking towards, and up there we go. Yep, VIX up, markets open. Of course, we got down. We could be going down lower. Sentiment has definitely changed because of that news. I have to get more news. All right, here's Nvidia. Yep, Nvidia's taking a low slump. VIX has gone up. S&P is dropping precipitously too. So let's get ready for that. Mm, mm, mm. 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 I don't have any levels right now, any contracts that I really want to look at. I'll put them. Or Rich, if you have any contracts that you may want to uh keep an eye on, let me know. I'm looking for. I mean, of course, I think everyone's playing the downside right now. Like, what the fuck was that? But they're going to rinse. It's going to be a rinsing, and this is a part of that rinse. 177. What Nvidia? The 175. But yeah. Oh, look, we got a little. So here go the gap fill. You know, yesterday I didn't say what I usually say when gaps happen. You know, all gaps must be filled, but we don't know when. You know, you don't know when. Yesterday they went all the way to like 11 something before they chose to fill that gap into the downside. Mm. They faked out 2 times before they finally dropped it again. You know, we were up, and we gapped down. I don't have Discord on the stream or anything, so you guys don't gotta worry about that. Usually I go sometimes I'll put the Discord in there. But before we were going to gap up, then we would have to fill the gap, so we would have to go down. Okay, so now why is it that we get the Microsoft news, we gap down, now we're going to fill the gap? So you mean you're going to tell me we're going to keep going up? I don't know. I don't know. All you need is a crystal ball, and that would just make things so much easier. You know, I didn't even look at those contracts that you told me about. I'm still trying to figure this out. I wanted to brainstorm. Even if you brainstorm yesterday, you get hit with this news today. That just knocks everything. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm doing a lot of watching. I'm pulling up news and everything right now. That's that guy. I'm I'm pulling up a mid right now. Tesla might have a shot of even 500 a year. What's the Microsoft news? Microsoft, where is Microsoft? You got to be down here, right? Yeah, 2.5. And gap down 2.5. I just get Nvidia back here. Where's Apple? Apple's been on a tear. Here's Apple. Apple's doing something. I don't want to say correcting, but it seems so weird. All right, so 10 o'clock is a big but data point too. Um, I forgot what it was, but I do know it's huge. We have today. We have ADP employment. We got that already. U.S. services PMI and ISM services. So we can maybe get another time and everything on that. What's everyone talking? Yeah, services PMI. Yeah, yeah, I already said that. You know, we can start ticking. Let's start ticking right now. So we gapped down. We gapped down. I filled in the information for yesterday. This is for Wednesday, 12/3. This guy's off. Oh yeah, Mo, what are you doing? I mean, are you just hanging out? Well, I think he's just hanging out. He has a day off today. He asked me if I was gaming this morning or anything, but I told him I was trading. I didn't know if he was getting on to trade or to hang out or play. I mean, but I don't know. All right, so we have UVIX going to close this gap, this down, SPY going up. They can both drop. It's rare, but it can happen. And that VIX is teetering. You have SPY. I mean, this is. Yeah. I'm just looking at that on the spine, too. All right. Let's wait a little bit. You see, even then, these puts, they're not even up anything crazy. So it's pretty much a rinse. But still, this is what I guess. We open at 80.57. We hit a high. It's the low. I'm trying to get it to come in. Here we go. So at 34, high day, 81.39. I said 33, 34. All right, let's get something here. Just so we can write something down, make it look like we're busy. Look like we're doing something. High of day, 681. What did I say? 39. All right. Because we were up. We were gapping up. Now we gap down. Dude, that whole money right there was because of uh that news that was yesterday's move. That whole thing was yesterday's move. The whole 350. It's crazy how they can move $3.50 in 5 minutes pre-market and aftermarket, but during the market, it takes hours. And it's being run up and down and around the circle, around the house and through the woods. Yeah, Apple's kind of nuts. All right, so it looks like the market. We're gonna at least go to close this. Wow, I drank that whole Red Bull already. That's crazy. It's it's a really good Red Bull. So I like to drink coconut Red Bulls and the green Red Bulls and mix them with Philadelphia water ice, and it's delicious. It's so good. It's so good. Oh, what of the Red Bulls? Coconut berry? Yeah, the coconut edition. Get out of here. I thought coconuts were indigenous to Hawaii, or is it just pineapples? Or no freaking way. Then why? How come in the movies they're making like everything with like pineapples and shit in Hawaii? Like, why is that like a thing? Hmm. Americans, yeah, right. Americans. That's what I was just thinking. Hollywood, you know. Mm. They said ETH is booming right now. ETH and Bitcoin. All right, so what did we see? The VIX dropped. Is this today? Yeah, this is Wednesday. The VIX dropped. Yeah, wow. So that's kind of bullish. 9:45. Let's do a dash. Let's do a dash. Let's do AM to separate these numbers a little bit. All right, so we have our 10 o'clock numbers about to drop. Well, in 16 minutes roughly. Yesterday we had a high 683, low 679. We're already in this range right here. This is not the open and close for yesterday. All right, we're gonna get PMI in a minute. 0.2 versus point 0.8. Slight miss. We're getting at 10. All right, we got another miss today. That was a miss. Now we got 10 o'clock news. VIX is, it has elevated since that news. All right. Rate cut probability is near an 88%. Are you guys still here? Am I? You guys are quiet as hell. Is uh, you know what? I have to use the restroom. I will be right back. Yo, somebody got me, yo. Somebody got me. I go in the fridge looking for my Red Bull. That mug done grew legs, yo. That joint, somebody, I got taxed. That joint gone. God damn. And when I went to the store earlier today, I only bought one because, you know, I only drink two a day. Wow. Wow. Palantir green, iron pumping. All right, we got this news dropping in 5 minutes. Open doors up 1.6. The fuck? All right, this is higher day right here, 42. 681.50 at 42. 42. 681.50. New high day. New high day. Structure change down. But now we hit our low. This is our new low a day right here. New low a day. 954. 954. New low of day. All right, so that's the bottom tick. 679. 679. 69 or 89? 69. 69. All right, we might as well go. Structure change. And now we have a lower high at 55. We're not going to mark that. We're going to mark what happens here, because this is going to take us to our new structure. I mean, like our new channel and what this is going to do. All right, we're updated. We have 3 minutes until those numbers drop. And I can't find my lighter. Did my lighter grow legs too? Hello, lighter. Lighter, can you hear me, sir? Please come back. Please come back, lighter. Please, sir. I want some more. Some more fire. Hot fire. Sir. I enjoy the lyrical stylings of Dylan. Yo, this news drop, we going to spike or we going to drop? For real, for real. Place your bets. They're about to roll. They're about to spin that roulette wheel. So we can. Magic crystal ball. Man. Do you remember Hot Tub Time Machine? You ever see that? No, it's yeah, right. It's a really good movie. It's really funny. But in the movie, the guy gets a time machine. Okay, it was a hot tub, right? But he goes back in time, and he invents Google. But instead of Google, his name was Lou. He named it Lugal. So, so he changed everything around, and he invented the internet and Google and all that stuff. Then he turned into like a trillionaire. Then he called up with his friends in like the real time and everything because he stayed behind in time in like the 80s or 70s, and his friends went back to the current date, and that's how he was able to pull that off. Be real history, yeah. So you see his name on like all the ads and everything. It was really good. It was really good. I think it's free on YouTube. But YouTube, what is it called? YouTube Premium. All right, news is out. All right, we're moving. Those numbers are good. No, those. All right, Centelli's talking about it right now. All right, the market is really liking that news. Yes, they are. Shit, those contracts went up almost 100%. I got in there a little bit. S&P just went green right now. Damn, these down there went 100% already. These calls on this channel right here, 100% right here already at 9:55. 9:55. News. Structure change. Up. News good. All right. So I'm gonna start adding that. I like that. I never thought about that. Adding why the catalyst or why something happened. And at 9:55, that's exactly what this is. Uh, news good, and this was for 10 o'clock, 10 a.m. news. 10 a.m. news. All right, there we go. Going into the 10 a.m. All right, that's good right there. All right, I didn't get in there the way I wanted to with these calls, but they did hit 100%. So now we're hitting triple digits now. All right, we're able to hit triple digits. So we got that going. All right, and we are still rolling. We're still rolling. So we got to cover this. So we filled that gap to the upside, that little baby gap. Howard Lutnick's talking right now. He's the U.S. Commerce Secretary. I like this. All right, so now we have, this is our highest right here, 10:04, 10:05. What did we have out? All right, we can move it. We're going to go 10:04, new high of day, because we broke out of that channel, new high of day. We broke that upper structure, 682.34. That is our new high of day. And we're going into a structure change down. All right, so this can be a higher low, going for a higher movement. Right here, we can look and see. Maybe this can be the add-on right here, because no, that's the gap fill right there. That's the gap fill. So we gap filled. Now we're gonna see if we're gonna reverse. So we filled the gap. Essentially, step one. Now we're looking for this next channel. We can consolidate. It looks like it's breaking down. We're giving that back up. And so what happened at 9:55? Oh, that was the news. That was the news. Okay. That was the news. So we went up because of the news. We were heading down prior to that. So do we just get rid of this and then continue dropping, or we're going to see what this is going to turn into? Did I bottom tick that? I think I bottom ticked it or top ticked it. Yeah, I think I top ticked it. No, I didn't. No, I think I did. I sure did. Nope, 21. I was off by $2. Nvidia has an upside gap fill. VIX is reading 617 here, but 1685 on that print. At 9:45, it was 81. Hmm. Poet to the moon. That's funny. Oh, look at Tesla running, boy. Damn. Tesla running, boy. You know, Tesla moves so inversely with the SPY is not even cool. You know, whenever the SPY make a move one way, Tesla is definitely going to go the other way. Tesla is it just wants to be different. It just wants to be different so bad. Oh wow, look at this. Tariffs are here to stay. Deals are here to stay. America's not going to be richer because of the tariffs. All right, these puts are moving. Yeah, these puts are doing really well. The whole upper channel is definitely getting deleted. B and D down 10%, 116 today. When Beyond Meat hits under $1, I'm going to make a play on it. I'm going to make a play on it. Yeah. I would imagine that made a lot of people go back to meat. That's it. Oh yeah. Well, yeah, back in like 16, 17. I mean 17, 18, 19. Like during COVID. I'm sorry, COVID. I forgot when COVID was like 2000s, 2000s. Yeah, we killed that shit. I think we were on it. Didn't we trade it? Well, I traded it. I killed that shit. I I hit that shit. Oh no. Oh, regular stock. Nah, I had options in that bitch from like I think it was like $2 to like $5. Like I killed that shit. I wrote it up and I wrote it right back down. When it gets underneath that $1 print, the reason why it's spiking up is because of the algos. Now people are trying to get out of it. So people that got out of it, relatively smaller, that little pump, because the algo had to put it back up above $1. Well, other buying pressure made it go up a lot more than that. It was at like 80 cent, 90 cent or something like that. I think pumped up to like 150, 160 or something like that. It's like, okay. And once that puppy hit under $1, let that thing, hit, and then you can kill it. Mm. Lutnick, we have other tools if we lose Supreme Court case. Okay, this is about the tariffs. All right, it's 1017. We're going to that 1030 slam area. Numbers to move. This is a fib. This is a fib retracement. It hit those right there. They all messed with that line right there. And that meant something over here too. The 685's dropped. They dropped a whole lot. Don't want to get that. just a bad channel. Chopped cheese. You know what? We call them cheese steaks around here. How do you have your chopped cheese? N- Jalapenos, onions. What kind of cheese? Pepper jack. Okay. Okay. Jalapenos. Okay. All right. That's I guess because I like hot pepper, sweet peppers. You know, on my joint anyway. Jalapenos. That's damn near the same thing. And yeah, fried onions, ketchup, mayo, little mayo. What else? That's it. Salt, pepper. Yeah, that's it. Y'all eat hoagies out there? You guys might call them grinders. No, a gr- a gr- a grinder is a hot sandwich, I think. But do you guys have cold sandwiches, cold cuts? Subs. That's another name. People call them subs. Yeah. Huh. Uh-huh. Okay. Yeah, it's no pancakes. No. I had some steak last night. Uh I I threw a steak on the grill last night, so I figured let me just eat the rest of that. I didn't feel like really cooking, so I just eating that and had some fries. All right, here's our 10:30 flip. Here's our 10:30 flip right here. Pretty much on schedule. This is a lower high. This is a lower high at 10:19. 10:19 lower high. No. Lower high 680. 680.84. Oops, I'm sorry. 1019, wrong spot. Wrong number, I'm sorry. 681.97. 681.97. All right. That is a lower high. This is technically a higher low. 1014. 1014. Higher low. 680. 84. All right. There we go. So this can be a lower high, another lower high right here. So now it's looking like it's building a direction. I don't feel like dealing with that right there. Another lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high. No, that's a lower high, higher low. I'm sorry. Higher low because we're going up. I'm just trying to follow the structure because I also want to higher low right here. No, right there. That's 23. 23. Higher low. Oh no. 681.04. 680. Doesn't make any sense because right here we have a higher low at this price. 681.37. 681.37. Alright. Alright. VIC 1666. Boom. Alright, so we're going to see this. If we're going to break this, if we're going to break that structure right there. Now we have Trump at 230. 230. Remember yesterday we had him at 11. He came on at like 11:30, 11:45. 230. That's in the day market. Now that's a whole nother set of. That's a whole nother theta series. Theta. Um. All right. This is looking like a wall. Now this is a. This is looking like a lower high. You see, we got our bottom here. Yeah, it would be the 682.34 technically, because that's the previous high of the day. The chart about Microsoft right here. Mm. Netflix will rebound soon. Path is the future. I can have it all. I can have it. I can have it all. I can have it. Oh snap! Can one of y'all play some music? Can y'all play some music? Can we listen to some music? Oh snap! Oh snap! Is that early over there? I remember when last time I went over there, man. It was a 17-hour flight. 17-hour flight. But I was getting up, taking walks on the plane. I think it was on our way back. I think when we were coming back to the mainland, we met a real Samoan. He was a big dude. He had to buy like 2 seats. Yeah, yeah. He was a big boy. Yeah. A what? Uncle. Oh, okay. A big. Yeah, that was a big boy. But he was so nice. He was so nice. He was so cool. He was just he's talking and everything. He was mad cool. But big boy. I climbed that mountain. Man, where that meteor hit. I think it started with the death. I think it wasn't called like Death Mountain, right? Like I forgot the name of the mountain, but like we're allowed to tourists tourists and everything. We're allowed to walk it and everything. And yeah, and it wasn't Copo Head now. Whoa. Mm-hmm. The fuck was that? Oh, the Microsoft people. Oh, Microsoft response. It was a Microsoft response. Hold on, let me see if I can pull that shit up for y'all. They said they have not lowered their sales quotas for salespeople. Microsoft lowers AI software growth targets as consumers resist newer products. Mm, mm, I don't know. Because why did Nvidia pump off that? Wow, remember when I told you why the market dropped that $3.50 and everything, and it was because Microsoft. Well, it was said that Microsoft lowered their sales quotas and everything, and their estimated targets, but they said no, we did not say that. We did not put that out. That's that's bull fucking shit. Yo. Wow. You know what? If the market is this fucking fickle, we are being held up with toothpicks and fucking Q-tips. For real. That news shouldn't have done that to the market, bro. Like, but think about it. If the AI trade is that topsy turvy, why is everyone so scared? If if you so solid in this AI play, why is Nvidia moving because of this? That doesn't make sense. The only thing that should be moving from this is Microsoft. Mm. Why is bro? But off of that news, Nvidia and Spy both just going up way more than Microsoft because of that news. Yeah, or maybe they just trap more bulls. Maybe they trap more bulls right there. Entertaining as usual. Oh no, not boring. I said entertaining. Something's entertaining is not boring. Oh, what are you up to? What are you doing right now? Are are you watching the charts? Solo leveling. What you make? Okay. Syrup. You put some syrup on it. Uh, mm, mm. You got you got to knock out you got to knock all that shit taste off of it. You know, all that shit taste. You got to knock. You got to you got to get a different flavor on it before you use it. That's funny. Oh God, and wash it down. Oh God. Oh, she got you eating native. That's what they do. Oh yeah, yeah. You the Haitian one. What is she? Bohemian. What was the question? Mm, yeah, like the Mexican eggs. The salsa, yeah, yeah. Was it chadon or chorizo? Yeah, yeah. The uh the pork, pretty much. Yeah, yeah. They got all types of shit in it, and then they put some hot sauce on it. And then they put some, and then they garnish it with some hot sauce. Yeah, yeah. Pico de gallo, Piccadilly, on certain stuff. Yeah, on certain stuff. Mm. I don't need it on my egg, right? I don't need it on my eggs, yeah, right? That shit slam. I don't slam on my eggs though. Your burger, is that like a Hawaiian thing? Apple's almost red. Yeah, Apple's been on a fucking a kill spree. Big fight of safety too. I hear Apple, especially if people want that dividend. They're gonna and you have big money. They'll go buy a couple thousand shares of Apple, collect that dividend, sell them back, especially if they're in this cycle. They what? Yeah. VIX has dropped. Yeah, maybe this is the retest right here. Higher day is 682.94. Damn. How can they move the market like that? You want to take a test later on? We can take a test together. We can all take a test, and we can do the question, and then everyone just say A, B, or C and everything, and then do the answer. And there's tests for all types of stuff when it comes to like charting. And Joe, and this would be a great place for you. Like it's taking you to the test, but you're gonna learn like a lot of stuff. Like if you want to. You know, you see if you want to, but yeah. Yeah, you said that sounds like a lot of work. Yeah, no, you gotta want to. If you don't want to, then it's not gonna stick. It's not like oatmeal. I guess it's just like oatmeal. Oh no, look, the test is short. The test is only like 10 questions or 8 questions or something like that. I think it's 8 questions. But this is but we're going to be doing it. Yeah, yeah, it's going to definitely be some ancient Chinese. You're going to understand some words. You're not going to understand why are these words in this order. What? You'll see. Because you have to learn it. That's why you don't, but you should. All right, we're testing. We're testing testicles. Testicles. Ooh, that's a. Is this your second? Is this your, is this your second of your third? Okay, so the reason why I mentioned the test is because on the test it said how many points of failure do you should you use for like as an indicator, to take the reverse trade. And I said 2 and it said 3. And I, babypips.com. Babypips.com. And it teaches you everything about forex. They added a whole crypto section. It teaches you Fibonacci, Japanese candlesticks. That's the candlesticks that I'm looking at now. Body and wick. uh BABYPIPS. PIPS. And everything's free. They do have a paid section, I think, or else everything is 100% free. They even have a community section so you can talk to other traders and everything. Wherever the okay, let me go to the website. I'll go to it with you. N- n- Yeah, those are yeah. This is just like a all right. Trading, how to trade forex, trading quizzes, trading quizzes, and then trading. N- No, 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 because if you go to trading, it should share your screen on what's the name? Because and look on my stream. Shit, I don't even gotta do that. Just look on my stream. All right, this is your second rejection right here at 10:47. 49. What's that? This is our lower high. 682. 682. 91. 91. All right. So if you clicked on trading, where did I see it at? And then go to oh no. Go to learn forex. I'm sorry. Learn forex. Click on learn forex and then trading quizzes. There you go. Um. Okay. Support and resistance levels. That's always good because that's very standard and that's basic. That's ABC. Something that you should definitely learn and know. Wait. I can answer that. That's support. What was it? You probably have to wait till the end. Wait, but it should have probably told you. So how you know it wasn't support, motherfucker? I said support too. All right, keep going. No, I have a different. When I pull it up, I have a different quiz than you, and we don't got the same quiz. Why you close? Keep. You, you didn't even say none of the questions. You said that one question. Oh my gosh, there's no fun in that, man. We're supposed to go over the answers and everything together. Well, look, I'll do it. I'll do it. Shit. Support, support and resistance levels are essential for technical. You didn't learn anything, man. You just said, I got said, oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. And patience is so key. It's like so key. I do. I do not have patience though. I do not have patience. That's exactly what you just said. Nah, it's cool, no biggie. Oh, you know what doesn't take patience? Well, it takes patience. It's just buying and selling. When you're trading, you need patience. When it comes to buying and selling, you're just buying and holding. You know, and I tell everyone just get $10. Put $1 into the top 10 stocks. Yeah, I know. You never told me when you had time. I told you when you have time. I said I don't chase people. I tell people I'm always open. I give people you always have my time. The only thing you got to do is be like, "Hey, I'm ready," because I've been doing this for a very long time. I and I've been trying and in the beginning, I used to try and be like, yo, where you at? Where you at? Yo. No. If you want to do something, you're going to do it. If you want to talk to me about it, I'm always doing it. For the past 6 months, I've been streaming. I've been talking about it for 12 hours a day. So that is no excuse right there for you to. That's no excuse on my part. It's your part. I talk about this stuff all the time. It's a you thing. It's not a me thing because I'm always here. It's a you thing. It's a we thing. No. 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 Oh. Well, let me continue where I was saying. I always tell people take $10, buy the 10 stocks you want, or companies that you think is going to be, because it's only going to cost you $10. After about a month or so, 2 months, see how much that dollar went up. If that dollar went up 40 cents, that means that that company went up 40% from the time that you got it, because that you're up now 140 on that dollar. You're up 40 cents on that dollar. It's at 140 now. So at the end of the X amount of months, but there's another thing too. You can say, okay, I'll give you my top 10 picks. You take your top 10 picks after a certain amount of time. If you like your picks, buy your picks. If you want my picks, then you can ask me more about what I think about what. And that's a good litmus test there too. And it only costs you $10 investment. You can have more money, just scale it. Turn that $10 into your dollars. Um but yeah, that's a good logical way. And then when you see, you can see if you know more than me. It's a big litmus test all over the place to see if I know what I'm talking about, to see if you know what you're talking about. Dedication on your part, my part. It's just a big litmus test all over the place. So usually when I ask a question, that's only the face value question when it comes to this stuff. There's a lot of backdoor stuff that's being answered too. But with 3 grand though, there's other stuff that you can do that you see there's levels to this shit, just like there's levels to other shit. And you're gonna hear all these metaphors, and you're gonna hear all these one liners and everything, but they're all relevant, especially when it comes to this stuff. Um what's the other thing I was about to say? The more money you have, the easier it is to make money. And that's true, especially, well, not especially, but even in the stock market, just like in any other, profession or scheme or business thing, whatever. The more money you have, the easier it is, because now you can get into safer plays that's yielding, more money, for you. And those are really, really cool plays to do. Because it's literally a risk-free play, and there's a way for you to make the play, and you make money off the play, and it's risk free, because even if you take the stock, and that's the selling puts, because even if you take the stock, you want the stock anyway, you know, or you can just make the money, and you can treat that as like a dividend. Now, you're not necessarily buying the stock, but you're okay to buy the stock, but you're riding the levels of the stock as it goes along. Now, it's more expensive, but it yields it yields more money, and it's just safe. It's just really extremely safe, because you want the stock. So you're getting paid to write the contract. Now, the risk is, if at the end of your expiration, is if you're going to receive the stock or not. So you're getting paid no matter what, whether you receive it or not. Now, and no matter what, you're writing this on the stock that you want. So it's like, all right, if I receive the stock, okay, I already got paid. If I don't receive the stock, okay, I already got paid. But this time, I get all my money back. So it's a risk free, safe fucking play. It's awesome, 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 awesome. I killed that play. I made a lot of money off that play. I was selling puts on Riot and Plug back in the day. And man, oh man, oh man, oh man. And that's when I started writing, and that's when I started making those videos and everything, years ago. And that's where I made like a lion's share of my money because I was selling those puts. And then I learned how to measure the put out, because and I learned why it's a risk-free play. It's a risk-free play because no matter what, you're gonna write the stock. You're gonna do it on something liquid. You're gonna do it. Just different reasons why you're picking that particular stock anyway. So yeah, it's really really nice. And it yields really good money. They call it the dividend play, or you can play it like a dividend play. But yeah, selling puts is very extremely profitable. Naked calls, naked puts, they are risk. They are highly risky. Um, but if you know how to write contracts, then they're not. Especially if you write them on the right things. They're, they're not. Um, but yeah, yeah. There's a lot of different ways to play options, and there's a lot of different ways to you dip your toe into the stock market. Excuse me. Yeah. Uh, they were probably burnt. They don't have the patience to understand them. You. But dude, they're phenomenal. And there's a reason why bankers now believe it or not, the options world is changing because we're retail, we've been understanding these options better. We've been getting more intimate with them. So I think we're going to see something changing in the option world soon. um but yeah, but the more with them it's amazing. It's really cool. All right, here's your number three. Here's your number three. uh what do you mean? You mean total? Uh, well, I stopped for a while, and I'm just coming back. Before, my numbers were uh phenomenal because I had more money, and I had a extremely good full-time job, so I was able to use more, and I can do they're bigger plays, but they're more profitable plays. So I would have to put $2,500 up or 3 grand up for sometimes a week or 2 weeks. But off that 3 grand or 2,500 that I put up, I can make you know like 400 maybe. So it's slower, but it's a lot safer. It's a hell of a lot safer. The eh, you're making it slower, but it's a lot safer. It's if 1,000% was a literal number that you can use in this scale, then 1,000% better and safer. So that's when I was making my big money, and then and I had access to money, and it was a different time. Now, over the years, I stopped, and with me coming back now. Um, you know, I just I'm teetering on uh some commas right now. This is not get rich quick. The first thing you are is a risk manager. Man, oh man, we were looking at 680. Remember yesterday we were looking at, well, I was looking at 685. You was like, "There's no way." Then out of nowhere, that fucking sucker punch happened, and then it's like, well, of course, no way now. But on the before that happened, this is the third rejection right here. That's number three. I mean, it's a higher high. That's a new high of day. That's a new high of day right here. Yeah, this right here, trading like this isn't bad, but and you can also buy leaps. A leap is a contract a year out. Those are a little bit more expensive. You're putting the money away for a while, but there's listen, listen. I know. Look, that's why I said listen. In April this year, there was a big hit in the market. Things are up 300%. Okay, so that's saying, all right, if something was 20, it got knocked back down to 13 or $9. Okay, now where we are in 2025, this happened in April 2025. Now where we are in December 2025, a lot of those stocks that got knocked back to $9, now they're at 80 something dollars. Okay, a leap. A leap is saying that you're buying something from a year out. That, hey, from a year from now, this price is going to be this much. Well, you pick your price. Uh, 20, 30, $40. Above or something like that. Well, they exceeded expectations by hundreds of percent. So you could have bought a contract for $20 worth thousands of dollars. That's options. Or zero. Easily zero. That's only a couple outliers when it comes to that case. Um, but they exist and they're big. Palantir, SoFi, the fuck. AI. AI. Just say AI. Yeah, 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 yeah. I mean, there's just so many different plays that that exist because of that stuff. But I think AI isn't artificial intelligence. What about advanced intelligence? Because there's nothing artificial about these chatbots or anything. The reason why we go to ChatGPT, we ask it a question, it's just deriving the question, I mean the answer from a lot of different sources, and it even shows you the cited sources. There's nothing artificial about that. It's just advanced. Because it's just funneling everything to you, bringing everything to you, citing your sources and everything. Artificial is more like sentient, sentient, free thought. So I don't think AI means artificial intelligence when it comes to these projects. I think advanced intelligence. And it's crazy because advanced intelligence, a lot of people are afraid of it, that they're going to lose their job and their well being. Not because of artificial intelligence. I think it's advanced. People don't want to step up and do something else, do something different. It's advanced intelligence that they're afraid of. This is why the smart person is always unpopular. And you still make money. Yeah, there's a trading theory in that too when it comes to the different products that you buy and subscriptions. If you have a subscription to like Amazon or Hulu or Disney or something like that, you should own that stock. You know, because a lot of those stocks also offer a dividend too. So in a way, you're going to get a cut of that back. You know, there's a lot of different investing strategies and everything that you can do and use. But when it comes to option contracts, selling puts, I just made you $1 million right there. I made slightly, I don't know, about like 90 grand. It took me about like a year. I started with like a grand, and then I had other money. Then from like my IRA, and then I brought in like an extra like 5 grand, and then there was like this really big play and everything. But I was making 100K a year. So I had a lot of disposable money. So I was able, and I was also able to go through a big learning process too. Because my traditional training was in Forex. This is why I know about babypips.com. And this is why when you see it, you're going to see a lot of Forex stuff because it's the Forex. The person who taught me, he went to school for it. Huh? He went to school for it, and he also got in a mentorship through ICT, and uh, what else did he do? He did something else too, but yeah, Wade taught me how to trade, but I got him into crypto, and crypto is when I started like live trading. So that was I guess like 2016, 2017, and that was when I began trading. That was my trading journey right there. Yeah, 16, 17. Yeah. That was when Bitcoin was at like 700, $800 when I got into Bitcoin. But trust me, there's a big divide because people that don't have money, they don't have time to think about stocks or learn about stocks and everything. When little do they know, but they just don't know because they don't got the time. They because they're so into the rat race. Yeah, it's just a big rat race, but when you have time to step back and look, you start what I in my profession, I was around money, and I like to talk. People like to talk to me, so we all, I like to talk about a lot of different stuff. And then that's how I got into Bitcoin. And then later on I got into stocks and everything, and people like to talk about that stuff, So, I like to listen. I love listening because I love learning. You can't learn if you talk all the time, So I love to listen, especially especially when someone is bright. Um, yeah, because I really love learning. Then then that's when I pretty much created my library. I started reading like a lot of books. Someone definitely got fired from that Microsoft news. They're gonna weed out whoever that was. But when you get fired from these tech companies and everything, there's a certain amount of time that you're not allowed to like work in that like field. Like even if it's not for tech, I do know there's other professions to where you you can't work, especially if you're under NDA. Look at Beyond. Beyond hit 116. It's gonna drop, and then I might mess with some calls right when it drop under that. What's the name? Damn, they took those prices down back there. They took those prices down, boy. They still got juice in them though. My gosh, they still got juice in them. So for it to bottom out, we hit a low of 679 and change. I was looking at those 685 calls earlier, and they aren't pretty. They aren't pretty like at all. None of the calls. There's a 685 right there. They dropped big time. They hit a low of 16. They hit a high of 35 today. This is ugly. That would have been a nice channel to catch that. Yeah, you yeah, I think I want to focus on the 85s. Yeah, we're in the nasty range. They're gonna break. It's definitely gonna break. We have Trump at 230, so maybe But I mean, technically, but this is what we had a low 679, and we pretty much took back everything that we lost pre-market. Pre-market, we had a high of 683. So from 683 to 679, there we go, right there. That was roughly $4, maybe $5, five and change, 517, 516. So that's a so that's a and that was the low. That was something yesterday, right? Yep, that was the low yesterday. So that's our low end right there, 679. That's the low end. All right, so now we know our range because we dropped hard yesterday. That was a big drop yesterday. I'm gonna start selling puts soon. I want to finish. I should be at a safe place because I don't want to write a put and then right now I'm done. So I want to be able to get to a point where I can just write a couple safe plays and then I'll day trade, and that's nice, good, safe place to be. Yeah, but these small moves in between. Where we at? What time is this? This was at all right 9:54, and then we got the news. This was the news, and then it unwound, and then we start going up from there. And then here's our highest point right there. So this was about an hour on the money. The 54 to '05. That's crazy. Um, but the funny thing is, the calls don't reflect that because of well, right now because of that where we are right there, but they don't reflect that. They were only strongest right there. Boom, that first hit. Yeah, we gotta wait. Percent says Trump administration will be able to replicate tariffs even if it loses Supreme Court decision. Every day These people aren't news. Just be quiet for a week so let the market consolidate. All downside is illegal. The chart is suggesting puts, but the price action is. That's funny. The chart is suggesting puts, but the price action is suggesting calls. That's so funny. What a statement. Just think every time a baby's born, another $1,000 invested. That's so funny. Just think every time a baby is born, another $1,000 invested. We bullish for life. So Trump just wrote something into bill. Babies born from there's a date in 2025 that ends until a date in 2028. They're going to get money. Yeah, put away into an account for 18 years, roughly when you know, mature, like when they get 18, they should have about $1.8 million inside of it, you know. Now, if you can put that money wherever you want in different places, as long as it's in the stock market, the or American stock market or whatever, then that would be props, big props. If they make you select from a certain amount, I wouldn't like it because now you are inadvertently investing in something that can just be downright against you, or hurt you, or you know, you don't know what those companies are, you know. But if they allow the parents to put the money into the different companies, then I can see that being a real bullish, positive thing to do. You know, you mean to tell me breaking up? Yep, I'm in there. Oh no. Money makers not in the mood to give money away this week. Franklin lift weights while listening to Creed. That's so funny. Day looking like it's close to over. Time to hit the gym. Yeah, I was looking. I was thinking that too. Yeah, but you know, whenever I do that, remember when I used to get off at 12? I stopped getting off at 12 because like 12:15, 12:20 or something. Remember when I used to get back on the game? I used to, yo, I'm off the street. Then out of nowhere, yo, what the fuck? Around like 12 something. Like it happens like all the time. I'm like, that can't be coincidence. You know, so like technically, you know, if you want to day trade spy, there's a certain time frame you should be looking at. That's why I have the time frames up there, you know? Trump trusted these people. Don't worry, he won't disappoint. someone, someone in the forum, they put a picture up of Trump pointing and said, "I did that." To that big green line to the to the. Oh god, stock twits is fucking hilarious. 685. Get off Elon's dick, boy. He's, you're not going to get an interview, all because he interviewed with the Indian bull. Doesn't mean he's going to interview with you, bro. Stop glazing Elon. You would probably ask Elon about his daughter. You know his daughter is bad, right? You know his daughter is like bad. That's why he never keep her. He never bring her ass around. He's like, yo, you a bad bitch. I can't have you around. You my daughter. Can you imagine, yo? The fucking bodyguards and shit. He said, right. Yeah, he know. You know, he keep her close. You don't see her nowhere, yo. The only reason why you see her because she be out. She snuck out somewhere. That's the only reason why you see her. You don't see her nowhere. No scandals. Not who she dating. Because whoever she look at, Elon already know. He got shit in her eyes and brain. And try getting eliminated. Um, he can do it in different ways. A guy can get a promotion abroad. You know? You know? Elon going, he's like, yeah? Mm, okay. He's, oh no, she's a robot. No, a robot daughter. That's a prototype. You know, that's pretty much what Astro Boy is. You ever see Astro Boy? Hear Astro Boy? Oh no, no, his son died. His son died, and he wanted to a robot. Oh shit! Look at that. I didn't even see my calls. Fucking Trump. Oh, what would he say? What would he say? That was Trump. What do you say? Something on True Social? What? was good. That was really good. You know, one of the best parts of the steak, the fat. If you char that fat up the right way when you grill it, my God, it's so good. Man, it's in you season it the right way. You know, I made a mixture. I got some onion and some water. I'm I'm saying it like it's a big ingredient. Just some onion water, and I like to hit the food on the grill. You know, my meats with that. So I like to keep it moist, but I like to keep it flavor. It doesn't take any of the seasons or flavor out the steak or anything. You know, but I like the inside to be nice and pink. I like my steak when I bite it, it can move a little bit. It can and I don't want it to do the full move, so it can be a little medium rare, you know. My steak can definitely be medium rare. I like it bloody. It can be bloody. I don't mind because sometimes, a lot of times, if it's cooked at the right temperature and it's nice and pink and bloody, it's nice and warm still. It doesn't have to be chilly, but it's still pink and it's bloody. So you can use the blood as like a dipping sauce, on some true carnivore shit. And then you got to think like that's how lions eat and shit. You got to think a lion going to take a big bite out of his antelope ass, and then it's going to drop the meat inside of the blood pool, and then pick it up again and eat it.
You want to drop your meat inside of a woman's blood pool? That's kind of
that that is one sport I will never partake in. And shorties be trying. I sure am. I'm proud. And yes, it is. Oh my God, yes, it is.
hell no. One hole they shit out of, the other hole they bleed out.
Yeah. Oh God, that's a big difference. The fuck you mean good?
One is feces and one is the body's way of recycling.
Ew, ew. Oh, because that's your shit. You like that? You like that shit? That's some Neanderthal shit right there. That was some shit that they were doing during the caveman time because they just didn't know no better. You know, uh, ugh. I can't even think about that shit, man. That shit is foul. Ugh. You know what? That steak is so good. Yeah, yeah, man. I'm sorry, bro. Yeah, they yeah, yeah, they chopped me a little bit on that one too. But I'm looking for the breakout play. I'm actually about to get on Paragon right now. We're about to get on Paragon. Okay. Oh yeah, yeah. I forgot. It's early. It's early as fuck. Yeah. Oh, today. Oh, today's the third. Tomorrow the fourth. Path of Exile has the big preview. I think so, something like that. Yeah. Talkative Try. He's doing a interview on the 8th with Jonathan. So everyone's gonna be watching that. What- Mm. So that's just gonna be hot. Yo, I'm a be on that boo boo boo. All right, bro. You take your nap. Get up with us later on. We're gonna be on. I'm gonna be on that prep for a minute because prep is kind of hitting right now. It's hitting big time. All right, bro. All right, bro. No, it was just a rough day. All right. Um. No. Right now it's just a lull period. We're just waiting for pretty much bets are placed. Everything's placed. Now we're just waiting for the market to just digest whatever is digesting and make a move. You want to jump on prep? Mm. America, fuck yeah. America, fuck yeah. Apple's dumping or trying to.
Like, bro, I'm so strong right now. It's ridiculous. I'm clearing floors. These guys are like 4 or 5 levels higher than me.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's how decent it is. So like you can see I'm doing right now. You've got this is stuff.
Mm. Oh, you're not sharing.
Brother, I'm so nasty with it. It's ridiculous. I get it only because I counter everything.
Mm.
Literally, I'm just countering everything. Everything's on counter.
I don't think that was live. All right.
I don't even do a lot of damage.
Oh wow, Diablo, 2 p.m. today. There's a whistling. Oh, I got to pee so fucking bad. I'll be back. Woo! All right, I'm back. I ate something with milk. All right, I'm gonna put this on autopilot. I'm still here. Excuse me. Excuse me. I forgot that was today. All right, so I'm gonna want to watch that. I mean, I really don't care too much about Diablo, but I'll watch that. Diablo 4. I know it is. No, I did when it first came out, but I didn't buy that fucking expansion. I was not beat for that. Who? Oh yeah, yeah, I know that's Spearborn. I know that's so whack, so fucking whack. And pay to win, and he's OP. It's Spearborn OP. Are they finally bringing the Paladin? A Blood Hunter. That's so whack. That's so whack. Oh, just give us the fucking Paladin. Like, why are you fucking? Yeah, that too. Yep, me too. Me too. Yep. Expansion, 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 expansion for shit that the game should already be. And Destiny, yep, 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 yep. Destiny, because it started that trend. DLC, buy more. It started that motto. Yeah, a whole nother game. Yeah, yeah. That did pay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That was so trash. How they did that. Not at all. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hmm. Oh God. Is he a prisoner? Does that keep people out or keep him in? Mm. And so you have to go through all that stuff to get to him? Jeez. Mm-hmm. Mm. Oh, so everyone doesn't have to be the same thing? Your mom. All right, we just hit a new high day. What time is this? 12:23. I'm gonna start putting the data points on the timesheet too. I think that'd be cool. Yeah, I'm gonna start doing that. I think that's cool. Tesla's ripping. Tessie. Tesla ripped. Well, let me see. Mm, No, I'm waiting on you. I'm going to be waiting for Trump. No. Um, on PlayStation, yeah. All right. Let me. Chop City, Chop City. That's exactly what this is. But they're waiting for Trump, so I'll let you know what's going on. But we are definitely moving higher. It looks like. Yeah, I'm getting on. I'm just waiting on you. I'm still looking at the market. 685 today.
And we're back. Yeah, 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 ha ha. Hoo hoo hoo. Are you done? Yeah. Sure is. You know what? I knew it. Whenever it's Trump by himself and everything, he's always going to be late. And whenever it's a 2 o'clock appointment, you know, he's always going to be late. And right now, this is just another segment in the market right here. So like, definitely don't expect too much. Ugh. don't know about Trump today, but I'm listening to a conference right now. It's the Global Technology AI Conference, so that's going to be interesting. Jensen was on Joe Rogan. I seen that, and he was also speaking somewhere else too. So it's going to be crazy to see everything that's going on. I'm still going to stream the rest of the market though. Yo, remember, Trump just met with Jensen. Trump and Jensen just met. I'm looking at some NVIDIA calls. For like 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks away at least. Fuck! I should have just left. electric cars to soar more than 25%. And in one case, they went up 18% in 1 year. So they were taking one more step to kill the Green New scam as part of a global scam of the electric. Believe in the need of more gasoline in any other country by far. They want the gasoline. They want lots of alternatives. They do want the gasoline car. Right now, it's leading away by a lot. It's a very interesting business, but we want to keep it that way. I want to thank Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, Deputy Transportation Secretary Stephen Bradbury, as well as CEO of Ford, Jim Farley. Jim,
Electric vehicles.
Jim
Not Ohio, it's
CEO of Stellantis, Antonio DeRosa.
dog shit.
Thank you very much.
Back out one again.
Chairman of the National Automobile Dealers Association, Tom Castrito. Thank you very much. Manager of General Motors, Oriental, John. Number of years, as well to Senator Shelley Moore Sheffield, Ted Cruz, Kevin Craig, Marsha Trump, and Bernie Marino, as well as Representative Sam Gray, Vern Buchanan, Mike Holly, Roger Williams, Timothy McLean, and Floyd Balderson, all great people. These are great people. I know there's a lot of support long beyond the people that are here. We have tremendous support of it. From day one, I've been taking action to make buying a car more affordable. I signed an executive order to end the unfair, expensive electric vehicle mandate. As you know, we had to have an electric car within a very short period of time, even though there was no way of charging them. 5 billion charging places. And, you know, in certain parts of the Midwest, they spent, to build 9 chargers, they spent $8 billion. So it wasn't working out too well. That was done before me, by the way. We're canceling the EPA's observed tailpipe emission standards, one of the most important things, because I've never had a group of people come to me more and really just devastated that they had to do it. It's killing them. Than the automobile manufacturers, the tailpipe emission standards. And I can tell you, your people at Ford were coming to me all the time, and they were saying, like, it doesn't do anything, and it's killing us. And it's trying to revoke Biden's emissions waiver for California so that California communists could not regulate the automobile industry and ruin the entire nation of automobiles. And they were doing that too. But we have that now under control also. The governor. Much more than it could be. Secretary Duffy, the Department of Transportation, rescind the bipartisan economy crisis. And I hate to say that because they were really not economy. They were really, they were anti-economy. They were horrible what they were doing with costs and actually making the car much worse. But these policies forced automakers to build cars using expensive technologies that drove up costs, drove up prices, and made the car much worse. The action was expected to save the typical consumer each $1,000 off the price of a new car. I would think substantially more than that. Under the Trump administration, $70 billion are now being invested in the American auto industry. Ford has announced it will invest $5 billion across its Kentucky and Michigan plants. Creating at least 4,000 new jobs. Stellantis announced it will invest $15 billion through corporations, manufacturing by more than 50%, and open new manufacturing facilities across the country. And I think a big part of that is also the fact because the tariffs are coming in. Everybody and everything. We're the hot country right now. I will tell you, a lot of political people behind you, great political people, very successful political people. We had the highest country in the world. 1 year ago, we had a dead country, and now we have the highest country anywhere in the world. And it started from November 5th. We also started when we did the tariffs, and we've had tremendous support on the tariffs. It's bringing in trillions of dollars of wealth. It's bringing in national security. And I've stopped 8 wars, and of the 8 wars, 5 of them have been because of tariffs and trade. It's very important. And General Motors plans to invest $4 billion as it brings its manufacturing back to the United States from Mexico. After falling by 5% under Biden, U.S. auto production has surged by 10% so far this year. You know, one of the auto workers spoke, but now even the head of the auto workers said Trump is the greatest president we've ever seen. And happens to be right about that. But we're protecting our auto workers, and we're making it easier for every family to afford high-quality cars. One of the ways we're bringing automobiles back and the manufacturing of automobiles back into this country. We were 52% over the years, 52% of our automobile manufacturing. You see it. Those factories all over the place. Now they're all opening up. They're being, in most cases, being knocked down, and new ones are being built in their place. And a big beneficiary is the state of Michigan, but South Carolina, even states that didn't really do too much for the automobiles are opening up plants. It's been amazing. So between automobile plants, AI plants, and plants of every other nation, of really every other type, including chips, we're going to have a big percentage of the chip market very soon. Not because of the CHIPS Act, which is horrible and ridiculous, where we just gave these companies billions and billions of dollars. We just kept the money. But because of what we did with tariffs. We otherwise have lots of things that happen. We have a big percentage of the chip industry. As of about a year ago, 2 years ago, we had none. And now we're going to have a very big percentage of it all from the chip industry. So my greatest question going on. And then the following, another slide. And also we'll ask about people were brainwashed. The green mirror scam. And people were paying too much for a car that didn't work as well. And now they're going to have a great car that's going to be environmentally friendly, but it's going to cost you a lot less, and it's going to work great. All of the nonsense is being taken out of the cars. So, yesterday, the president talking about affordability. The way the Democrats talk about affordability is a lie. Today's a perfect example of that. So, these cafe standards, what was contrary to the law, the Congress got a rule that said you have to look at combustion engines. Biden and the judge did an analysis. Used EVs and hybrids to come up with a 62-mile-an-hour per gallon score, which I will tell you is completely unattainable. So they spent a lot of money on technology trying to meet the unattainable standard, driving up the cost of a car, number one. And then number two, they couldn't meet the unattainable standards. They had to trade for carbon, costing billions of dollars and driving up the prices of cars. What Democrats are doing, we're not making cars more affordable, they're making them less affordable. The consequence of that is going to be that more Americans can afford to buy a new car, which means they're going to be safer on the roads because all the great new technology we have to save lives. So we'll have less death on American roads. These rules are going to allow the automakers to make vehicles that Americans want to purchase, not vehicles that Joe Biden and Putin want to build. But also, this is important for American jobs. The more cars we sell, the more jobs we'll have in this country. So this is job freedom, and this is confidence. So that's these days what the United States is amazing. I think people see the benefits and the lower taxes that they're going to have, lower regulation. So, how about Ford? So, Mr. President, Mr. Secretary, all the important lawmakers here, Senator, today is a big, big success in affordability. We're very proud of Ford to be the number one stayed up there. Forgot I even had that.
You were number 2 last year. You were number 3 in high grade, and you were the leading brand in the bus. We believe that people should be able to make a choice to trade. And we will invest more in a affordable vehicle. This allows us to invest in affordable vehicles made in the U.S., which we will take the lead on, and will allow us to make vehicles more affordable. So thank you for making this step for all of you. Thank you very much. One of the other things we're doing, separate from this meeting, I think everybody knows. If you look at Japan, just left, and if you go to South Korea, Malaysia, and other countries, they have a very small car. It's sort of like the Beetle used to be with the both legs. They're very small, they're really cute, and they say, how would that do in this country? And everyone thinks that they do, but you're not allowed to build them. And I've authorized the secretary to immediately approve the production of those cars. So you'll be able to buy, they really have they actually, some of them are really beautiful actually. You take a look, Honda, some of the Japanese companies do a beautiful job. But we're not allowed to make them in this country, and I think we're going to do very well with those cars. So we're going to approve them. Would you like to say something? Which we have. So if Toyota or any other company wants to make smaller, affordable cars, fuel efficient, we have 40 decks to make it $50,000. They're really nice and they're less expensive, and it really gives people the chance to have a car, you know, and have a brand new car as opposed to a car that maybe isn't so great. And so we talked up to the subject about that. I think it's going to be a tremendous company. Bem, tem como essa voz segredinhos for us, Stellantis today. When it's really where we see that evolution right inside of real company. That's why Stellantis decided to invest in Ram, Dodge, and Chrysler, $13 million in the next 4 years, increasing production by 50%. We're even going to market 5 new labels, creating 5,000 additional jobs. We believe the world needs part of the country and global industry discounted. So we are ready to invest even more. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for this really important feedback. And this is largely coming in because of the tariff situation. We're taking in trillions of dollars, trillions, and we have so many other advantages, but these they left the United States. If somebody was sitting behind this desk and knew what they were doing, that wouldn't have happened. You can send your car here, but we're going to put 100% tariffs, and you would have never had the auto industry leave. Again, we lost more than 50% of our auto industry. And now it's all coming back, and I think it's coming back. Ultimately, it's going to be bigger. I believe it's going to be bigger than it was before, actually. But it's an honor to have you here, and please, would you like to say something? Tom Gaffney is the chairman of National Automobile Dealers. There are 18,000 dealers in the country, along with 3,000 heavy-duty truck dealers. And what the actions that you've done as the president of the administration is definitely made us helpful. The past steps in online sales on the way to me. And now that makes it affordable for our buyers that can save money to that loan. They work several hundred people to get started. on behalf of all the dealers and our customers, we appreciate that. You and your administration.
Thank you for that up there, allowing people to deduct. So you go out and buy a car, and this is for middle income or lower income, or no matter what. So never really, rich people like deductions. So middle income people will never really afford deductions. We borrow money to borrow, that's deduct the interest from the income tax. I think that's going to be one of the most, in terms of your industry, I think it's going to be the biggest thing that we're talking about, maybe even bigger than capital spending. People are going to be able to borrow money, deduct it, so it's going to cost them essentially half. And they'll be, well, I think it's going to be a tremendous factor. They've never had a chance to do that before. And that's all done. That's all in the great, big, beautiful bill. So it's really terrific. I'd like to ask a couple of our political leaders to say, because you guys have done an amazing job. This is something that was going to be very tough. We had to fight lunatics. And they just say, well, we're just not going to vote for it. They couldn't talk about it, but they didn't want to vote. I see Mike Kelly, my friend back there, has been with me from day one. Yep. What do you have to say, Mike?
But you know what? I think everybody's talking the same thing.
In America, everybody they like each other. But there's no hatred between nations.
All I have to do is price. They don't want to be taken out of a market by people who, quite frankly, don't even drive their own car and say, this is the way you got to go going into the future. And say, well, you may say that, but you're not in the market. You have no idea. And I know the business we're in. At the end of the day, if you were there with me and said, what's the price? But the price, most people who've taken the car home today, it's always price. In fact, if we can build a car that's affordable, that people want to buy, that's the key.
One of the really smart economic forecasters, I will tell you, beyond an economist. He's a real forecaster. Please.
Sir, I think that there's a massive macroeconomic benefit to what we're doing today. And the way to think about it is that the car that has the best gas mileage that you could buy that has only gasoline is a Honda that gets about 36 miles per gallon. Joe Biden wanted to make every car on average be above 50. So there's no car made in the U.S. that you would be able to sell 2 years from now, 3 years from now under that rule. Because what he wanted to do was make everybody have an electric car, as you know. But here's the thing. that if everybody had an electric car, then nobody would be buying gasoline anymore, and they'd have to take all the miles that they travel and put it on the grid. And so we would have to increase the production of electricity in the U.S. by 25% over the next couple of years if they had their way. And so you've really stopped a massive disruption for the economy with this. So thank you, sir.
And that wasn't the main reason, and yet it certainly is a main reason. You wouldn't have been able to do it even if you wanted it. It's just so crazy. That was the mandate, which we ended. Troy, would you like to say something?
Great honor, thank you. My family is a former dealer, 48 years, Chrysler Dodge dealer. And then I got into the political world, sir.
Yeah.
I had more fun in the dealership world, but I miss it. But I still play a big role in automobiles and grateful. I remember under President Obama when the CAFE standards changed, as Mike brought up, and going through those challenging times as a Chrysler dealer before Stellantis came along. It was Daimler before you guys got it. So thank you very much for being here and making these changes. And as you said, that interest on the car loan piece was big. And I know that Bernie led the charge on that in the Senate and get it into one big, beautiful bill. That really is a big deal, and people need to understand how big a deal that is.
They did a great job. And by the way, we had a great victory last night. All to all. Matt is going to be a great.
Kind of like our race, huh?
He's going to be a great congressman. I think so. Really, like us, right?
Yeah, like us.
One of my early endorsements, right?
Yes, sir.
Can we talk about it? You're right there is a man. Come in. Let me say hello to you. Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President,
you.
for your leadership. But the thing I've admired most, you've been in business, you've been in the battles over the years, and you're helping us lead us out. Most people that are up here have no idea about business or small business.
That's
It makes
true.
a big difference. One is. Number two is, I would just say in terms of the tax stuff we're talking about, one of the things that get missed, and I'm in Florida, Sarasota region, is the ability to deduct. Most people have a small business, they'll have a lawn business, they'll have this, that, they buy a new or used truck. They can take that deduction, let's say they're in a 20% tax bracket, but the vehicle's 60 grand, they can take 20% of the 60 grand, get a $12,000 write-off. They can pay their payments for the first year. That's a powerful tool we don't talk about, I don't know why, but at the end of the day, because of what you've put in place, full expensing,
Right.
That's the tool that
Big.
would use. And you could just think about all the people in Florida, just general places. They're buying old vans or new vans. They're buying trucks, mainly trucks, and they're getting a deduction. They don't even have a payment for a year.
That's right.
So it's one of the best things for
One
Florida.
of the biggest
everybody
things
else.
in the bill.
Yeah,
Expensing.
expensing is a powerful tool. They can write the whole asset off the first year, take that deduction, put $12,000 in their pocket on a $20,000. Well, let me mention one other thing. They got into the e-vehicles, electric cars. And I'm talking to dealers that come in and talk to me, and basically they couldn't sell one, they couldn't give one away, and when these companies, or they got in because of whatever political pressure under Biden administration, and they end up realizing that they got no market. A guy says the car's been sitting there a year, I can't get rid of it. So they don't understand the market. The people produce the vehicles, and that's made a big difference in your leadership. But thanks for what you're doing here today. It's big, it's huge, it'll make a big difference. $12,000 on a $60,000 vehicle up front day one. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
You know, we're just talking about something that's interesting. Ford would make, and I don't want to speak for Ford because we have one of the top people right here.
Mr. President, it's fine if you want to talk about Ford.
Ford would make numerous electric cars in order to sell one Ford 150. Because they'd make all their money with the 150.
Yes.
And they were willing to lose money on building 2 or 3 electric cars that they couldn't sell in order to make some money on the 150, because the 150 is a monster. I'll tell you what, that no matter where you go, they love that Ford 150.
Yes.
But isn't it a ridiculous model when you have to build 2 or 3 cars that you know you're not going to be selling or not be selling for much in order to really do something that you should have the right to do, which is make a car that you want to make?
Yes.
and that the market wants, right? So congratulations on the 150.
Thank you. Best-selling vehicle in the United States.
Just saying.
Look at that.
Now it's
100% built in the United States.
now it's only going to do no, but it really is. It's amazing. It's an amazing brand.
There was a lot of stupid things done here.
What would you like to say?
Yeah, I thank you, Mr. President and Secretary Duffy and all of us. You know, one of the last times I was here is when you signed the electric vehicle CRA, Congressional Review Act, that all of us participated in. The beginning of really making common sense, because it was going to impact 17 other states and really a large part of our economy. Because it was going to impact 17 other states and really a large part of our economy. This is about affordability here. I'm just going to say one thing. Well, maybe I already said one thing, so now I'm going to say two things. When we talk about a car and auto, we sort of talk about just, oh, we need a car. Do you know what a car does for a family? You can take your children to school, you can go to the store, you can visit your mother, you can go to church, you can have a job, you have the flexibility that you need. A car for an American family is about a roadway to prosperity.
Big deal.
It's a big deal. And so by making them more affordable, making them more choice-driven by what families want and need, today is a great day for the American family.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely, and the American worker.
Say.
Well, thank you, Mr. President and Secretary Duffy, and to my colleagues that are here. In Tennessee, we make great automobiles, and we have a fantastic workforce. And whether you're GM or Ford, with their new investment in Tennessee, or Nissan or VW or Toyota with the engine plant, what you see is the components that are necessary to build these cars. And removing these standards and making cars more affordable does mean that more people will purchase them, but it also means we're going to have to make more cars to meet that demand, and for Tennessee, that is a great thing.
So, you know, I'm just sitting here and I'm thinking, like, we have the biggest auto manufacturers in the world. They're talking about investing billions and they're investing it as we speak, but billions and billions of dollars in our country. Thank you very much. And they're not like, well, maybe we'll do it. They're doing it because of tariffs, and they're doing it because of maybe they like the president, and we're doing things like this for them, which frankly, no matter who you are, this should be done. And we're doing things like deductibility of interest. When you borrow money to buy a car, you're allowed to deduct it from your income tax. That is a massive tax cut for people that probably are going to be trying to buy that car anyway. And I really think that interest factor is going to be one of the biggest things. When I was proud of that because I thought of it, and it seems so simple. Other people are allowed big interest. If you're a rich person, you're allowed to have big interest deductions for different things you do. But if you're a middle-income person that has to buy a car, you were never entitled to anything. And now you're getting a full interest deduction on the loan. And I think that's going to have one of the biggest impacts. But we're here with companies that are investing tens of billions of dollars in our country as we speak. It's not going to be in 2 years or 3 years. A lot of it's because of the expensing provision in the bill, in the big, beautiful bill. But a miracle is happening in our country. It's a miracle. This is just the auto industry, but we have other industries where it's the same thing. They're building all over our country, and this is a revolution is happening. It's a business revolution. It's a jobs revolution. It's a car revolution. We're bringing back the car industry that was stolen from us because we have people that didn't know what they were doing sitting at this desk. They put the wrong people in because they weren't advised properly. And this is really an incredible thing that's happening. Go ahead, Kevin.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. And I think in many respects, pretty much everything that could be said has been, except that I think what Kevin talks about in terms of the cascading economic opportunity from this one single event is just the tip of the iceberg. When you think of all the rules and regulations that you have repealed, I think it's more important, frankly, than the tax cuts. However, in the Working Family Tax Cuts Act, remember we made permanent a lot of really good policy from the first Trump era, not the least of which for small businesses is bonus depreciation, the opportunity to depreciate the year that you purchase an F-150 for your small business or a large truck for your farm. I just think we're going to roll into 2026 and we're going to see an escalation of economic opportunity, the likes of which I probably have never seen.
I think nobody's ever seen it, nobody in the world, because there's never been 18 or whatever it ends up being. In 10 months, we have $18 trillion being invested. We never had $1 trillion being invested. And Biden had much less than that. Think of it. He had less than $1 trillion over 4 years. We have 18 trillion in 10 months, and it's actually as of 9 months. So there's never been anything. Eric?
Yeah, Mr. President, thank you. And on behalf of the people of the great state of Missouri, who we actually make things from F-15s to F-47s now, thanks to you. We'll be building the F-47 and then F-150s. And those are real jobs, and we make things in Missouri. This is going to go a long way, I think, for making things more affordable for normal people. Nothing could be more American than driving a car on a highway, and this is going to make that more accessible for more people. So thanks for your leadership.
Your state's doing a great job.
Yeah, well, they love you too.
It's a great place. Thank you. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to talk to you just a minute from a rural perspective, because these CAFE standards were absolutely unworkable in rural Missouri. We need vehicles that are practical and affordable and can haul for our small businesses, for agriculture, and it just simply didn't work. Those CAFE standards didn't work. So I applaud you and Secretary Duffy for your hard work and what you're doing on behalf of rural America.
Well, it was keeping a lot of things that were just made up nonsense. It was like made up. It was really made up by people that hate our country. I really believe. Does anybody else have anything to say?
I'd say about two quick things, Mr. President.
No, Bernie, I didn't see
two quick things I think are really important. So the person who sat behind this desk before you gave $7,500 in subsidies to multi-millionaires who are leasing electric Rolls Royces, electric Porsches, electric Lamborghinis. We're getting $7,500 from the taxpayer. And these Democrats sit on this floor and say that Republicans are for millionaires and billionaires. We are the opposite of giving $7,500 to multi-billionaires to lease foreign electric vehicles. Number two, because of your policies, at the beginning of the year, 51% of the cars sold in America were made in America, 51%, before you got sworn in. Last month, that number was 57%. We moved it 6 points.
They're the ones that drove the prices up. And all they do is say, affordability, and you're supposed to say, oh, that means they had low prices. No, we inherited the worst inflation in the history of our country. They say 48 years, but let's say that's history. I don't believe that. Biden had, because of his stupid ways and between his energy policies and his spending policies, we had the worst inflation in the history of our country. And now our prices are coming down, and they're coming down for cars, and they're coming down. I mean, did you hear yesterday when Chris Wright from Energy, the head of energy in our country, said there are now parts of our country, it's all happening, $1.99 for gasoline, a gallon. And we have it at $2.50, $2.60. It was at $5. And that's bigger than any tax cut we could give. You know, for the average family, that's considered bigger than any tax cut. So the word affordability, when they mention it, you ever watch them? It's all about, I saw the young lady that lost last night. She lost by a lot more than they thought. And we have a great new candidate in Congress, really great, Matt Van Epps. But I saw last night, she said, it's all about affordability, all about, they never talk about like the specifics. Right. Everything was through the roof. Eggs, when I took over, eggs were 4 times higher than they ever were. We got the prices down to the lowest level. Yep. I mean, amazing. But they never, you got to watch, they're great con people. It's like the Inflation Reduction Act. And after they got it approved, because everybody said inflation reduction, they admitted it had nothing to do with reducing inflation. It's a con job. I think affordability is the greatest con job. They look at you and they say, affordability. They don't say anything else. Everyone says, oh, their prices were so low. No, they had the worst inflation. We had the highest prices we ever had, and now they're all coming down, including beef is coming down. Beef was up there a little bit. Our ranchers did well. but we got to make them do a little bit less well, perhaps. But the beef is now coming down. Coffee is now coming down. It's all coming down. And it's a beautiful thing to see. But remember this, when they use the word affordability, they just say, they never say anything else. This election's about affordability, and then they go into the next subject. It's a con job. They caused the highest prices in the history of our country, the worst inflation in the history of our country, and we're getting those prices down, and they're coming down rapidly, and you'll see those results very soon. Anybody else want to say a few words? Oh, Ted, I can't believe it.
I'm easy to miss.
I didn't see. It's very rare that I would miss it. Go ahead, Ted.
Well, Mr. President, I want to congratulate you on behalf of everyone here for the leadership that you're showing. And this is a victory today for consumers. This is a victory for affordability. Your critics like to say the word affordability. Under Joe Biden and the Democrats, they put mandate after mandate after mandate on cars and trucks, and they drove the price up thousands and thousands of dollars. And with the actions you're taking today, and you put on top of that the one big beautiful bill, you know, most of the senators here on the Senate Commerce Committee, and on the Commerce Committee, we worked together to zero out the CAFE standards. We wrote that into the law that the CAFE standards went to zero. What does that mean? It means you can now, as a consumer, buy the car you want. It also means people's lives will be safer, because what these regulations did is they forced cars to be more expensive and made of plastic instead of steel, because you had to make them lighter to comply with these standards, so you'd get in a wreck and people would die. The result of what you're doing, you're literally saving people's lives, and you're making it where families can afford to get a new car. These actions will drop the cost of cars and trucks thousands of dollars. That makes a real difference. And I'll make one final point. You know, about half the members here are car dealers. And I will say my good friend Roger Williams out in the lobby, he tried to sell me a car, which didn't surprise me, but I just want to give props to Mike Kelly. He showed he was savvier because he tried to sell you a car, and you can afford a much nicer car than I can. So well done, Mike. Roger, you just went to the wrong customer.
That was $100 cheaper.
The thing that Ted just said, it's true. Plastic instead of steel. Think of that. And people died because of that. The plastic was plastic in an auto accident, and it broke up, and people were shattered because of that crazy deal. But it's a really good point. Go ahead.
And Mr. President, I'll tell you, the Senate Commerce Committee on January 14th, we're going to have a hearing with all of the big three there and Tesla, and the entire hearing is going to focus on how your leadership has reduced the burdens on car makers. That's lowering costs, that's giving consumers more choices, and it's producing more jobs in America. And it's highlighting that's a real record of success.
Yeah, well, it's an honor. And, you know, they were going by California. We had like 2 different countries, California and 15 that followed California, because you had 15 states follow California. And the rules from California were just like everything else. That's why people are leaving. That's why it's such a mess. It's got there's a state with such unbelievable potential. But what they did with the car industry is incredible. And that was, you know, the car companies didn't know what to do because they had 2 standards, and you can't build 2 different cars for the same country. And what we're doing today is very big. Would anybody like to say something? Would you like to say something, my friend?
I just want to say thank you.
Yes, thank you.
And we love you, Brian.
Oh, I love you too, Mr. President. I've always said
he's a good man.
Well, I appreciate that. I've always said you've tackled the three M's: mortgage,